All right. Man, I slept pretty good too. I shouldn't be tired. I did stay up kind of late. All right, we went till 2 here on stream, and then I watched the latest episode of Fallout. Did I do anything else? I don't know. Yeah, I stayed up a bit, but it's fine. All right, so here we are live on YouTube now. Let me recap my today command for the VOD. I like how Code Drift calls the VODs VCRs. That's just fun. I like that. Yeah. So, our plan for today. Happy New Year, by the way. Surprisingly, no hangover, because I slept a lot. We left off on a pretty simple SQL error. I think it's actually just like I'm not selecting for the field, which is easy enough. Like we did the migration and all that should be there. So we should be good with that. So we'll knock out that SQL error. We'll go continue down the path of making sure that lenses run automatically. And then we want to be able to run lenses manually and see what that process is like. We can do it right now with WebLLM, but now we need to do it server side. So that's our next step. That's what we're working on. Let's switch on over.
Saddle up, partner.
I may need to grab some water here in a minute. I do have one soda left. I thought I had more. No, I just got the one soda left, which is fine. I could always Instacart something if I need it. I think we're good, though. Okay. And I checked, surprisingly, I did not regain all of the weight that I lost. I just didn't lose any. But yeah, all the sodas and everything and the whiskey over the past week, didn't have a major impact on the weight. Which is cool. Let's see. What am I having for dinner? Should use up those croissants. Yep. That's easy enough. But okay. So this is the error we left off on. I'm pretty sure it's just over in, I'm going to guess it's in billing tiers. Yeah. Shit. Did I forget to run the migration? Yes, we're not seeing the value on here, and we should. It's in the matcher at 110, right? Yeah. So that's way up here. Accounts, get org, and billing tier. That's it. That would be why. Okay. We're looking in the wrong place. Oh, interesting. And I just realized I have my chat over here in the wrong place. I was seeing a boo chatting, but I didn't see it over here. Oh, yeah. So I'm in the wrong channel over there. All right, there we go. That looks better. But yeah, what's up, Moshiko? How you doing? There it is. Okay, so that's it. Interesting 95 didn't complete that. There we go. Validate required. I think this is when we're creating one. All right, so that should no longer be an issue. And right, like as events are coming in, we should just see stuff incrementing. Now, what I want to do is I want to go back to Open Router and to the activity page, and we should see some stuff. Did I code for 12 hours last stream? I don't know if I'd say that, but it was a 12-hour stream. I mean, it was hanging out. We were drinking whiskey. We were chilling. It was a holiday. Oh, it did. Oh, I didn't even catch that. Good eye, Krasner. Good eye. Touche. I didn't even catch that. All right, so we got 2 bugs here in the UI for that. That's a little annoying. That's not the end of the world. All right, quick question. Is Costco open today? I wouldn't mind getting more sodas. No, no, makes sense. So then, if I wanted to Instacart some stuff from the store, what would that be? Soda. I got most of what I need to cook dinner stuff for a while. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna pour a beverage right now though, because I do want to see some of this kick in. I feel like something should have run by now. But yeah, I guess Ghosty doesn't get mentioned that much. I mean, we also weren't running this overnight, so that's a big part of that. What we're seeing 3 days ago. So yeah, we'll just let that go. Let me rinse this out. Actually, it's looking pretty good, but let me just rinse this out, grab a soda, and I will brainstorm about what else I might need to get from the store if I do want to order more soda. So yeah, let's keep going. I guess, and yeah, because I'm not trying to send it. Like tomorrow's technically a work day. Um, we can pick one of these. I guess we're down to the old Fitzgerald or the Four Roses. One's a 90 proof, one's a 100 proof. They're both pretty good. They're both very high quality. I'm thinking the Four Roses. Yeah. Yeah. And oh, what's up, Tito? Oh, I did kind of mean to grab a snack too. Yeah, let me grab a quick snack. Alrighty. A chomps. Just a beef stick, but 0 sugar. Not quite as good as the Costco brand one. Costco brand one had like a bit of like a Landjaeger kind of flavor to it. This one's a little spicy. It is. It's a jalapeno beef stick. I was wondering. No, that's good. All right, so you're just chilling, eating at the moment. You were going to update your personal site earlier, and then you got distracted, I'm guessing. Which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, these are good. Alrighty. Get this out of the way. That out of the way. And then, yeah, so let's keep going. I was hoping we'd see some event come in while we were waiting, but we can wait. We have other stuff we need to make work. You like the name? Thank you. All right, so yeah, we're not seeing any major errors. So our next step is, how do we initiate the lens process? I'm not sure about threads. I haven't looked into that, but X and Reddit are much tougher. Like, eventually we can do anything we want, but some of those things are going to require funding, just because, like, for Twitter, they don't even have it listed for how much it would cost to actually get that data, right? They've got it listed as like $5,000 for only like 1 million events a month, which Twitter goes through 1 million events a day, right? So if we wanted to listen to the fire hose, it's probably like $100,000 a month or some shit. Unless we can figure out some kind of quid pro quo where it's like data sharing. I think Reddit is going to be very similar. Like, especially because Reddit doesn't want to give API keys to people that compete with any of their products, and they have a thing called Reddit Pro, which is somewhat keyword tracking. So what I'm thinking is, like, I'd have to work out a deal with them to where they allow me to get their keyword data, and we somehow just like give them data too, but it would probably cost us money. Like, any of this stuff requires VC funding. I'm not going to be able to bootstrap that. But the things we're building right now, we can bootstrap. And even if we did add all those other platforms, it doesn't make sorting and filtering through the events from those platforms easier. So we need to fix that part first. Adding more platforms doesn't actually create value. Mastodon, it could be good eventually. I just think you're thinking wrong. Just combing those platforms isn't valuable yet until we can solve the problem of combing them without too many false positives. That's what we're going to focus on first. If we can't make the product worth paying for without those platforms, it's not worth paying for with them. So I guess the big thing that we need to do then, we need to look at the API endpoints. Keyword lens result controller. This is going to go away. Or not completely, right? Like we need to be able to fetch these things, but there is a method for updating a keyword lens result. And that just doesn't make any sense anymore. Creating a keyword lens result probably doesn't make any sense anymore. Right? Because all these things run on the back end. So kind of what we need to be able to do, right? Instead of create and update, what we're going to want to do is like have a way of like starting the queue. And we need a way of maybe someone stopping the queue, and we need a way of polling that queue's result. Let me get more music going. So it seems to me like each queue could be its own gen server. That might be the way we do that. I wonder if there's some abstraction on top that we could use. Is that what Oban would be for? Yeah, it's almost something where I want Brainless's feedback a bit. Libraries like Oban or EXQ? Okay. For basic in-memory implementations, developers use OTP behaviors like GenServer or the built-in Erlang. queue module. We could just do a custom gen server. It won't persist across restarts, but maybe that's not a problem. We probably do want it to persist across restarts. So we probably do want to use Oban. Hey, Brainless. Yeah. Did you hear me say your name? Right? Through the ether? So here's my thought. Right? We have our fire hose, right? The matcher running lens lookup stuff, right? Like LLM magic on the fly. But when a user turns this on, we still want to have them be able to run the lens against previous events just in case. So we want them to be able to kick this off, but it's not going to be something that's driven by the front end. This is just to like start it. This isn't going to be managing the queue. So instead, we need to start a queue on the back end to go through all of the events for a keyword, queue them up, and then, work through it. But like multiple users could start the queue at the same time. I would love to have the ability to control like concurrency limits. That way we're not like overloading OpenRouter. Yeah, I'm thinking Oban's probably the move here. My goal though is I want someone to be able to click run, but I also want them to be able to click stop. Right? So I want them to be able to stop that, like the queue for their stuff, but I still want Oban shooting through other queues as they go. And I want it to be like cooperative queue scheduling. Right? So that gets a little trickier. Like I don't want everyone to have to wait for one user to process all 10,000 of their shit. I want them to be like somewhat cooperatively scheduled. We haven't decided that yet, Brainless. Like we're still like brainstorming. We're still trying to figure out what we have to do. Now, when I was looking at some Oban code, it seems to me like Oban wants to like pause and resume a queue based upon an atom. I'm not sure I want that to be atom based. Right? Because this is going to be more akin to like a composite key, or at the bare minimum, like the lens ID. It's going to be so like dynamic and generic that an atom is the wrong abstraction, right? So I would assume that maybe I can do an Oban queue based upon like a string rather than an atom. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do that. Because what I want to be able to do is, the user hit stop and then they hit like rerun or they edited the thing. I want to be able to like remove all of that instance run of the queue and then re-queue things for that user, right? Like as they change stuff. You know, like the flow would be something like, okay, I have my Pokemon lens, I click run, and it's going. And while this is going, I'm like, oh, I'm getting false positives. I hit stop. I go and I edit my lens. When I edit the lens, I want to get rid of all of the previous like lens results, right? Still want to keep the counter going, right? But then this needs to empty out and they click run again and it does the entire queue from the start. Like, so basically we remove all items from the queue and then requeue them. So those kind of things. And yeah, I mean, we can verify that. I'm talking out loud about what I want to do first. Whether Oban's the right choice for that, I don't care. Right? My goal is this is what I want to do. How do we make that happen? Yeah, so far this still doesn't even really seem as dynamic as I was expecting. Queue partitioning, that would be like spreading across like nodes, which we don't care about yet, but probably will eventually. Right? So queue control is at least available. Isolated queues might be something we end up doing. So yeah, being able to configure queues at runtime is kind of what we're talking about. But it still doesn't quite look like what I'm looking for. Okay. So my guess is that what I'm looking for is a dynamic queue, which means we kind of got to create our own thing for this. We could just do it as a gen server, but then it doesn't persist when we do a push. And let me catch up on what Brainless just wrote. So after 4 months, finally merging a big change just to find out the build pipeline doesn't support the NPM credentials. Quick refactor to make a vendor approach. Now looking at code pipeline with your fingers crossed. To make a vendor approach? I'm so confused about that. Like, why wouldn't your current build pipeline support NPM credentials? Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. But why not just do that? Oh, you don't want to wait till next week. Got it. Got it. Got it. Right, because the team that manages that is the one that would have to do it anyway, right? Got it. But yeah, happy New Year there, Otiv. How you doing? All right, so yeah, my current instinct is that we could just do this with a gen server. Is what it is. And what's up, hard worker? How you doing? Okay, so we could pass an ecto queryable to it. So theoretically, right, we could do that delete all. Right, we could do delete all jobs. And we just query by the lens ID. Okay, so here's my question, Brainless. If I just have this queue, could it be a long running queue in Oban? And we'll just call the name of the queue lens or lenses or something, right? If I just start that queue when it's empty, will it just chill and then once I add something it automatically like processes it? Or do I need to like restart the queue every time it's been like emptied out and then I add something new? I would assume that it's gonna just process the events as I push them in without me having to like restart the queue. Because then what I'm thinking about for like how I'm running a start and stop, it should remain there quietly. Yeah, I understand that. It should remain there quietly. But if I just put something into it, does it automatically run? Right? So if it's been idle for a bit and I put something into it, will it automatically run? Or do I have to like, okay, cool. So basically on like application startup, I would just start the queue, right? So I'd kick that off at like the beginning of my entire supervision tree, right? Okay. So then the state of whether the lens's queue is running is really just if there are items in the queue for that lens, right? I guess there isn't a way of querying for the jobs, right? Hmm. Yeah, shit. I was thinking I'd be able to query the items that are in the queues, but I don't see that. I don't think it's the check functions. Shit. If there's no direct function on the library, we could just query the table. That's a good point. It is just database backed, right? That's a good call. I feel like maybe that's a little gross. Like it could lead to some weird stuff going on. Hmm. Yeah, I do find that weird. Like, why wouldn't that be exposed? So another option is we could do Redis, right, using ext or exq. Let's look at that real quick. That it does complicate what we're trying to do here. I know you just want your deploy to complete. Yeah, sounds about right. Any errors so far? I see no red. That's a good sign. So yeah, theoretically, we could do this. Yeah, it makes sense. So, right, we would need Redis. Okay, I get it. So we could enqueue it. We could give it string names, which makes that dynamic. You can schedule things. Sure, we don't care about that part. It's where we'd create a worker and enqueue the thing. Sure. So then the queue name here is probably the default value. Okay. So that can still be dynamic. Perfect. Oof, that's brutal, Brainless. That is brutal. Okay, so let's go look at the actual API. Where do we see the docs? Here it is. Oh, not what I wanted. I wanted documentation. Hmm. right? So they have an enqueuer and a dequeuer. Okay. So then find job. Maybe that's not it. So I guess this would make it easy because I wouldn't need to query for these because I could just list the jobs enqueued for a dynamically named queue. I guess what I'd want to be able to do is remove many jobs, remove enqueued jobs. Oh, this would be it. List of raw JSON encoded job values. So this is a little wonky because I'd want to be able to just remove all enqueued jobs, but why should I have to pass a list, right? Like, shouldn't I be able to clear it without the list of jobs? They don't really tell us what clear processes does. So yeah, it's kind of seeming like Oban might still be the right way to go because we could just query the database. Hmm. It's just the annoying part, right? So if we do a dynamic queue for every lens, that's just how many things we can handle concurrently. Yeah, so if we have multiple queues going at once, they're all kind of like running on their own How do we set like global limit? Right, so here it would be, right? So EXQ, we would set a concurrency limit there. Then we could create queues on the fly. We probably want to clean up the queue as we go through some of this stuff, right? So I guess it would just be remove queue, right? I guess, is there like a hook? Like, hey, when the queue is empty, delete the queue? Could we do that? You'd expect the Open Router SDK to handle this for us? This is outside of the concerns of Open Router. And number two, we're not using an SDK, we're just making an HTTP request. But no, this is an application level queue, right? This is not something that we care about for like Open Router concurrency limits. No, this is about our database and concurrency limits. "99% of their users will want this behavior." Maybe. I don't think there's value in doing an entire trip across the internet for it, though. Right? Like, you kind of need this stuff to be local to your server. So then, once again, like, yeah, I don't know if OpenRouter has an Elixir SDK. I haven't even considered it because it's just we're maintaining this queue for ourselves so that we can clear out events after we change things, right? So this is like an application level queue. This is not like a service level queue. If that makes sense. Like, I would need this functionality whether I was using OpenRouter or still using like a local LLM or something, right? Like, I'd still need to do that. Yeah, I don't know. You're probably right. I don't know. I am pretty new to OpenRouter. But yeah, so we're basically down to two approaches. We're going to do dynamic queues with EXQ. That increases our complexity because we have to do a Redis server, which is not ideal, but doable. Like, really not that hard. Or we do Oban, and it's just, you know, like we don't get the dynamic queue stuff because Oban's a dick about it. But we can maintain all of this stuff in the database as part of a single queue, at which point we probably want to maintain some kind of like concurrency limits anyway. But yeah, that's a little trickier. But then we just need to be able to query the jobs in the queue to know if a certain queue is done. And I think that ends up being easier for us to understand because then we're not having to like worry about cleaning up dynamic queues. So if it's all one big queue and we're just like checking what's in it based on an ID, then we don't need to clean up old queues. And that might be beneficial. I think the complexity of spinning up a Redis instance versus just hacking into the database for the queryability. think I think the hacking the queryability is easier. I should at least document this. You'd use Valkey instead of Redis. I'm going to use whatever library has the functionality we need because I don't want to write all this shit from scratch. I don't give a shit about the underlying implementation details. I care about the API. No matter what, spinning up anything extra on top of the Postgres instance that we already have is less ideal than hacking around an insufficiency of the API. All right, so I should leave this as a note for myself somewhere. All right, so EXQ would be Redis backed, which increases the complexity of our deployment. I could use Postgres message queue. Sure, maybe. What does the API look like for it for Elixir? No matter what, we're going to be boiling right back into this exact same problem. I don't want to build any of this from scratch. Yep, yep. And all of that is true as long as you have the library code to do it. Not a big fan of putting business logic in the database. That includes stored procedures. All right, so I at least wanted to like leave that as an option, right? Just something to think about. Okay. So yeah, anyway, how's everyone doing? Happy New Year. What you up to? Yeah, right, we're sitting here still like stewing and thinking about how we want to solve this problem. Um I do think I'm gonna Instacart me some more soda. Because why not? Why not? Yeah, Happy New Year. Working on New Year's Day, contact your union rep. Yeah, totally. Oh, you know what I haven't had in ages? Chili dogs. PGMQ? If it's any extra effort to integrate with from Elixir, it's going to be a no-go from me. Like, just no. No, thank you. They have an Elixir client? Where do we find it? Here, Elixir Broadway? Okay. What is Broadway? On Broadway. I don't know. Okay. I mean, we'll look at it. I'm not a big fan of third party things like this just because it feels like they're missing a lot documentation wise. And here's another thing, right? Installing extensions into Postgres also massively complicates my deploy process. So the moment I want to do some extension for Postgres, shit, I might as well consider Redis anyway. I don't know. That's just like my opinion, man. So yeah, I don't know. It's definitely worth thinking about for sure, binary pi. But yeah, the moment we're complicating our build process, shit, why not? Yeah, you just spin up Valkey because it's cheap and easy. So is Redis. Like honestly, quibbling between those two things does not fucking matter to me. And again, I would still want to use a tool that has a good Elixir API. So if we could find something like EXQ for Valkey for Elixir, then I might consider it. But this is already like way more effort than I think it deserves. Right? Like the difference between Redis and Valkey, I don't think we're going to gain anything from putting in the effort rather than just using something tried and true like EXQ and Redis. So I don't know about that one. I do not know about that one. All right. So hot dog buns, chili, right? Chili dogs sound really good right now. Okay. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. And then Gudo, 1 second. You agree you would not want to install another service like Redis, would 100% prefer using SameDB. But yeah, Gudo, the other thing someone mentioned was that we could use PGMQ, but to me, the overhead of changing my deploy process to install a Postgres extension is just as much effort as Redis would be. And for example, I could build my app on top of something like temporal or whatever. Maybe. I don't want to involve a third party for this kind of queuing logic. Okay, sorry. So I'm just trying to order some foodstuffs. Hey, verification code had 420 in it. Oh, but did I type it wrong? Oh, I guess I'm slightly dyslexic. Wait, what? Ah, damn it. Okay. Um, you have an idea for the reason for the failure of your app? Hell yeah. That's good. So unless a common extension is supported out of the box by Heroku Render, etc. I'm not deploying to any of those. Nope. I could check out BullMQ and Redis. Yeah, like, again, Mr. Demon Wolf, I do not want to change my deployment whatsoever. That means no extensions. That means no Redis. I do not want to do that. That is, we've already kind of made the decision. We're going to use Oban and we're going to do this. If I was going to do Redis, I'd do this. And that's it, right? These are the only two options I'm really considering at this point. And we're going to do this one because it doesn't change anything about our deployment. Yeah, yeah, I think we're good. I like it. Okay, cool. Sorry, I had to set up the whole loyalty card bullshit for QFC. So I'm looking at my cart. All right. Wait, where's my thing? Okay, here we go. Two things of chili, thing of hot dog buns, thing of hot dogs, some more whiskey, and two things of Coca-Cola. Yeah. I'm sure I'm going to remember something that I wanted that I don't have right now. Oh, Red Bulls. I need them for like a skit. So I need to get the 4-pack of Red Bulls, not the 12-pack. Damn, I don't remember what brand of these chips I like. All right, cool. I think we got it. Oban whiskey? Yeah, no. This is just the last Coca-Cola I have in the house. And I felt like doing some more Coca-Cola. Okay, good enough. So yeah, how's everyone doing? All right, ID required at the door. That's fine. Okay, cool. Like, I am going to need to go out to the P.O. box tomorrow, but that saves me a trip to the grocery store, I'm pretty sure. Okay, back to what we're doing. And yeah, chili dog stuff on the way. I'll finish the ham and cheese or ham and egg croissants tonight. Just none of that animal goes to waste, you know? But yeah. All right, so back to what we're doing here. You made beef stew because this weather sucks. Yeah, that's why I got chili dog stuff. For some reason, like I really like chili dogs as like a summer, like not a summer, like a winter thing. They're like a good, like warm meal, you know? But I only really like chili dogs with a very specific chili. Is anyone else like that particular about how they do some of that stuff? Does he love chili dogs? I don't know. They are delicious. Yeah, that is a meme in the movie, huh? Forgot all about that. But yeah. I mean, there are a lot of options. So, Mr. Demon Wolf, everyone recommending other stuff, I totally get it. But yeah, I just think it's not worth complicating my deployment process yet whatsoever. So, yep. I think that's it. So yeah, we're just gonna do the Oban thing. We're gonna hack at the database. And the more I think about this, the more like if we can just query the single queue that we have, yeah, we don't need dynamic queues, so we don't need the pro part. And yeah, like even if we were doing it with Elixir or PGMQ or RabbitMQ or any of those, right? Like using Redis or Valkey or whatever, we'd still need to know when each queue is like done so that we can clean it up because we don't want a bunch of like zombie queues like chewing up the polling, right? So by having just one queue that we can query the jobs of, I think that frees us up from having to worry about the complexity of like what happens when a queue is emptied. And I know there's like cron jobs and all sorts of stuff we could do to clean that up, but now we don't even have to think about it because it's just the one queue. I like that. Yeah, I think I'm into it. Can I make a chain that checks itself? That's the sound of the men working on the chain gang. Just heard that song yesterday. I forgot how much I really like that song. But I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like they have worker hooks and sequences. Do they? I didn't see that in EXQ. Like maybe PGMQ has that, maybe RabbitMQ or all those other like MQ things. Maybe those have it, but I didn't see it in EXQ. Oh, you're looking at Oban. Oban, we don't have to worry about that. Oban, we're not doing dynamic queues, so we don't care about cleaning any up. But yeah, like Oban solves the problem for us because we don't need dynamic queues because we can just use the one queue and query the items in it. No worries. Yeah, that's the whole point I'm getting at. So with Oban, we don't even need to know if the queue is empty because we're just using a single queue. But if we were doing dynamic queues, which EXQ does support, and I would assume PGMQ and all these others do support, we would still want to clean up those queues because we don't want like the polling to get clogged up, right? Because that's how any of these systems are going to work anyway. It's just like the process is doing a poll every 50 milliseconds or some shit. But if we're not deleting some of those queues, then we're like just filling that process up. So yeah, I don't think we actually needed dynamic queues if we have the ability to query the jobs that are queued at the moment, right? So I think that's the issue there. I think that's what I'm going to do then. So yeah, I like it. Just thinking out loud. No big deal. But yeah, how you doing there, Portuga? And then real quick, we got a big long message. And then hold on. Which model did I end up choosing on OpenRouter for the lenses, if already? We're going to be using GPT OSS. So far, that provides the best bang for our buck for exactly like what we're looking for. So yeah, we're going to be using GPT OSS because it's pretty cheap and it performs really well for the price point. Now, if we were doing coding stuff, we'd probably be looking at Minimax from the stuff we were seeing yesterday. So then, yeah, let me get to this. Let me get more music going first. How about that? You're completely new to coding, trying to self-teach. It's overwhelming. You feel like coding is something that cannot be self-taught, even though you know a lot of people have done it. Any tips before you stare at VS Code for another hour trying to just understand what the hell you just wrote? You're losing your mind. I don't know, man. Just build stuff. Just keep building stuff. What are you self-teaching? Right? Like, what are you actually trying to build? But the biggest thing I want to point out there, Vanion or whatever, is just simply, if it were easy, everyone would do it. Anything worth getting paid well for requires ongoing effort. So this site can help you make some of those decisions, Larobi. Someone else pointed out to us earlier. But if we scroll way down, we can see cost efficiency, and you can look at intelligence versus cost. Right? So as you start going up the cost scale, right? You start to see like the big bad tip top guys, and they're sitting there at like 75, 70% on the intelligence index. Meanwhile, you can get 50 for dirt fucking cheap, right? And then if you just increase the price a little bit, you're getting up to 60 for still dirt fucking cheap. So then if you wanted to go look at OpenRouter, oh, I keep forgetting it's openrouter.ai, right? Then we'll go to models. Let's just try Minimax. Why not? We'll add it to the list. Compare. Next one we'll add is GPT OSS. And we'll add the non-free ones. And then what was another one we saw on the list? Like DeepSeek or something? Oh, no. Grok 4.1. Like, I have no desire to use Grok. So how about DeepSeek? Wait, which one were we looking at? 3.2. Okay. So let's just say that, and cool. So, all right, yeah, we can see just as far as like people are using it, yeah, Minimax is not used nearly as much as some of the others. It's still pretty new, so that makes sense. Right, okay. When we go to latency, GPT OSS is pretty damn good. Let's just say deep infra, even faster. The free models have some pretty like low concurrency limits. Definitely worth fiddling with and testing, like in your local stuff, but you're not going to use them in production. But then, yeah, just comparing cost of these things. So GPT OSS, the 120B, which performs right at the level of these other things as far as intelligence goes, it is like an order of magnitude cheaper than both of these other things. I'm not sure how the other thing was saying that it was so cheap. Here it goes down a little, but no, it's still like a 10x increase on input tokens. Like, not quite 10x, but enough for me to like balk at it. We're talking 4 cents versus 26. It's double the cost of output tokens. For what? All right, if we're looking at DeepSeek here, it gets up to the 65 level. Meanwhile, GPT OSS is at like 60. Like, dude, for an order of magnitude cheaper input, yeah, I'll do that. If you really want to like keep it low, yeah, go for GPT OSS 20. But yeah, I would simply say just what you're going to want to do is create evals, right? Like there's entire services like Galileo, etc., built around tracking, is this model doing exactly what you wanted? Are you getting the result you wanted? What is the cost to run it? And blah, blah, blah. Like crunching those numbers is big business. So you may want to start like evaluating some of these evals services. The one I'm planning on doing is Arise, especially because it's self-hostable. Like I kind of like the idea. Another big one that I've heard is good but haven't used is Brain Trust. But yeah, just being able to like record and measure latencies as you do this stuff, sure, that's cool. But there's so much to it that yes, you can actually have it be running the same prompt against different models and evaluating the results that way too. And I forget what they called that specifically in the billing. Yeah, you need evals or you're flying blind. Yep. You think you'll go with your own custom and simple one? I would say give this a shot. Like, dude, you can run Arise Phoenix locally. Just do that. It's self-hostable, dude. And the thing that you're looking for is offline evaluation. You can plug in your like another LLM as a judge. of these things. Like, dude, why build something from scratch when you can just use a thing that's made for this and it's free? And honestly, I'd say you could even be on the free tier and probably call it fine. You know, you'll still get the offline evaluation. It's my recommendation, and I plan on doing this myself for sure. Here was another interesting thing, and I was hoping that we would see Mr. Pickle here at some point, because they had a theory that was actually totally false. Right? And we have this as a blog post that we could show, but I think it's fine for now just as the markdown. So the basic idea, right, is we describe what lenses are, we describe how they work, and then naively, we were using our prompt to say basically what our structured output was already saying. Someone pointed out that we could probably remove the JSON output parts of our prompt, and it would cut down on token usage. That's the theory. They also posited that it would get better and faster results. I mean, it makes sense from a logical standpoint. You know, you add more stuff to the context and you actually just confuse it more in some cases. But since AI and LLMs are not perfect and less deterministic than we would like to expect, we decided to test this out. So here is the naive prompt, right? Where we're saying return a JSON object, blah, blah, blah. You know, we then say what the output specification should look like. We tell it all of these things, and the rules even mention output only JSON, blah, blah, blah. And then finally, like, we pass the post, right? So we inject all of these, like, interesting things. And then we have another one where we just don't do the JSON parts, and it's a much smaller input, which is interesting. So then, you know, we give it the same prompt for both, and we run it through the same model, OSS 120B, and then we get these results. So yes, we show you the raw things so you can make your own assumptions, but then we'll just get to here. First thing we notice is that, yes, input tokens are indeed less for the second template. So we're using 281 prompt tokens total, that's input and output, and only 207 for the second prompt. So yeah, that is expected, but nice to validate that assumption. But when we look a little closer at total token usage, and sorry, no, this was for the input tokens. So 281 input versus 207 input. Yes, all right, it's less input tokens. But after that, total tokens for the first prompt is 376, but the second prompt is 456. That's weird because the output's actually the exact same JSON. This is a pretty significant increase. Well, it's actually when we're looking at reasoning tokens, those jump from 82 for the first prompt to 208 for the second prompt. So by adding the extra input context, we actually make it to where it doesn't need nearly as much output token usage. And, right, like reasoning tokens are billed as output, so we're going to be paying more for the second prompt. Right? Now, if we actually like crunch those numbers, yeah, right, 80 increased input token usage, or decreased, we should say, versus 120 increased output tokens, because output tokens are a 10x increase in cost, we actually need to normalize these two values against each other. So we'd be saving 80 on the input, but we'd be spending technically 1,200 on the output if we were to normalize to a dollar value, right? Which means we're paying basically 15 times the cost. Now, I think I could do these numbers better. 15x doesn't seem quite right. But yeah, dude, like order of magnitude. So if we're doing millions of these things, 15x is insane. Like, holy shit, dude. That's insane. How much extra money that would cost at scale, right? So it's just one of those things where, like, yeah, just because you feel something about tech and it's logical doesn't mean it's right. And you have to validate your assumptions programming-wise at all times. See, I thought this was a very, very interesting thing to validate because I wanted to make sure. I had to be sure. And yeah, will this change based on different models? Maybe models that don't do reasoning? Yeah, maybe. Will it change based on different models just in general? Yeah, maybe. And one thing that we didn't actually highlight here is every once in a while, the one without the extra like JSON prompting actually wasn't giving us the full on like JSON structured output. It was giving us Markdown. So we're actually getting more consistent results by being more explicit in our prompting. This is very anecdotal. This is just one use case. This is not a scientific study in any way, but in this one exact case, your assumption that a smaller input is better is wrong. And how many of these things exist like that in the modern world right now anyway? Just because people assume a thing and then they just run with it rather than validating. I wonder how many vibe coders are massively overspending because they're not running these kind of like cost-benefit analysis. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I hope it's interesting. I plan on publishing this blog post here soon. I plan on making a YouTube video about it and all that stuff. We'll see whenever I get to that. But yeah, we got that post just like right there in the chamber. And this is specifically what evals would help you identify in larger applications. For this, we have one thing we're doing prompting for, so it's really simple. But in larger applications, you've got this like Rube Goldberg workflow of AI feeding into other AI because smaller chunks are more reproducible, right? And at any point in those stages, you could change the combo and it changes all sorts of other stuff about the process. So just being able to like really, I'm trying to think of like the right phrase for this, but just being able to like almost randomize which models you use at which steps just to like check, just to like, I don't know, maybe. You'll try to replicate it in your evals. Sure. Yeah. Right? Like think about places where you're doing structured output like that, right? I bet you could at least try in one or two places adding the extra context and seeing how much your like reasoning cost changes. And still, it matters based on the model. Some models don't have reasoning. So there you go. That wouldn't even be an issue. But yeah, I don't know. I like challenging programming assumptions. Your system prompt is already like 10K plus tokens? Yikes. Okay, that's a lot. Yeah, see, so I don't know. That one sounds way tougher. I have no idea on that one. But what's up, Allie? How you doing? And I missed a couple follows. Hold on. Maniacal Toast, that was 8 hours ago. That's a while ago. I wasn't even live at the time. Ibrahim, thank you for the follow 28 minutes ago. And Venion, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate them follows. But yeah, what you up to there, Allie? Anything fun? Yeah. Thomas Middleditch. Yeah, yeah. He streams on Twitch. He plays games. He's been doing a lot of like Red Dead Redemption, like online. I think he did some like GTA online stuff. I'm not sure what he's playing lately. I feel like I've seen him play what is it? Dead by Daylight? But yeah, Thomas Middleditch. He totally streams. Yeah. One of the dudes from Letterkenny. I haven't seen him for a while, but he streams. I'm trying to remember what his character's name is. Now I'm trying to remember his name. Shit. Evan J. Stern. There we go. Brain fart. Viva La Dirt People stream? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's cool. He tried to make a game using Unity and was following a tutorial. Oh, I didn't know that. I feel like I haven't seen him doing game dev stuff yet. I know I've seen him doing like roleplay. Okay, so hold on. You're entering the programming part of this live, and you'd love to hear some advice as a newbie. I don't know, man. Generic advice is too generic. Do you have anything specific? Um, Free Code Camp, man. There you go. Okay. Yeah, no, this song is good. It's nice and chill. I like this album. Okay. Anyway, back to what we're doing. So yeah, I don't know. I need to do the evals thing. We just have our ad hoc evals, but I think that works. It's better than nothing. Yeah, I'm just so curious why they think these are cheaper. They just aren't. Maybe they're only cheaper if you go through like the provider, right? Like DeepSeek is its own company. Uh, Ollie, go click it. Click the button already. Start reading. I don't know. Follow the link and look. Like Larobi, come on. We're trying to make someone have a little agency over their own life. Like they're not even capable of clicking the link and scrolling down and seeing that those things are definitely there. They're going to be really, really bad at programming if they're not willing to like read things. You know? If you think this is a lot of reading that you're doing, it's actually not. This is like some of the least amount of reading you'll end up doing as a dev. To be a good dev, you have to like reading. So if you're avoiding reading the smallest amount of information to get your answers, it might not be a career for you. I'm not trying to be mean. Sure. No one can give that to you. You got to put in the work. Okay, just making sure. Would I like to see how you do your evals? Okay. All right, so we need to get Oban installed. That's fine, Ollie. We make great background noise while you're working. Nvidia bought Grok. Oh, interesting. Kind of blowing my mind that it's saying blue is AI score, and that's not blue. That is definitely not blue. I wouldn't call this purple either. Did AI code this up? You totally built this with AI. Yeah, that's what I thought. Knew it. Knew it. $12. Dude, some of these are extremely expensive. You can afford this? And then borrow check. Yeah, Grok with a Q, not the K. Very different companies. And I guess I didn't realize that Grok was building their own chips. That makes sense. Okay. That makes sense, Mr. Demon Wolf. Like when you say you get it for free, there's still an upper limit to that, though, right? Like how many tokens do they give you per month? Grok has the best free tiers. Maybe I'm not considering free tiers. It's still massively more expensive than OpenRouter. Like massively more expensive. So 30 requests per minute, requests per day, 1,000, and this is just the rate limiting. Like, so let's look at it this way: the free plan. I I simply think this is being measured differently. Like this is rate limiting, you know? Like this is not saying what they give you for free. This is saying what they limit you at. I think that's a different thing. Right? So like what is the free plan? I guess. Maybe I'm reading that weird. Yeah. I think I understand what you mean, but yeah, it's free plan in quotes. So I guess this is it. Yeah, like no, I think you're right. I think you're right. So yeah, on the free tier, that's not bad. That's not unreasonable. Yeah, so like tokens versus requests. Like I get that. This is still pretty low. Like you wouldn't build a product on top of this. I wouldn't recommend that. And then even then, developer plan limits. Yeah, I mean, you'd be hard pressed to hit this limit. I think that'd be pretty tough actually. But doable. But yeah, yeah, that is pretty reasonable as far as like the free tier goes. Interesting. Yeah, so at 50 requests a day, that's really not great. So yeah, that's a pretty minimal free tier, which we should be hitting somewhat locally soon. Still just 504 pending events. Hmm. And yeah, we should probably start getting rid of some of these log statements that we're just not using anymore. Like this hacker news comments keywords. I think we can get rid of that. Yeah, failed to parse date. We'll do that. All right, and then in here, running lens name. We should see these, but color there is screwing us. So hold on. Interesting. I don't think I had seen that. List map. We did number binary. Right, just to like try and make it stand out. And then Control C, restart, just so we get clear output. And what's up, Sab? Happy New Year. What are we doing? Okay, so we see matched, making that green. All right, so we should see green in other places as things happen. So that should be fine. But yeah, what are we up to? We are trying to build out this like lens functionality for the app. And we're trying to think about like a queue for those things. All right, so yeah, that should be okay. And then, yeah, as we keep going through stuff, I do think, yeah, Grok does have a really reasonable free tier. The moment you go beyond that, though, and you're like paying way more than you should. which I think is how they get you. All right, you're looking at 15 cents instead of 4 cents. You're looking at 60 cents instead of 40 cents. What I find interesting is the cost difference between OSS 120B and OSS 20B is actually really, really negligible. And honestly, dude, some of these providers like GMI Cloud get really cheap. Yeah, 4 cents and 20 cents. So yeah, it's not 40 cents versus 60, it's 20 cents versus 60. So yeah, like easily a third of the cost. You could throttle to say on the free tier. That makes sense then. But yeah, if you're building a product, yeah, you're going to end up paying. And then the free tier is just not something that you're even caring about. And thank you for the bits, Sad. I appreciate that. Yeah, what are you up to? Anything fun? Hey, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, thank you. All right, so then, yeah, looking at these, the 20B is still a third of the cost. So yeah, there are definitely things that we could probably optimize for by using 20B instead of 120B. And that's where evals would come in. Because if we could get away with using 20B, like, oh man, we're just getting way more profit from that. Yeah. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for the bits. Have a great rest of your holiday. But yeah, 2 cents versus 4 cents, 6 versus 18. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Shoots doesn't even have this one. So it's not even an apples to apples comparison. All right, so if we just stuck with deep infra, now those are about the same. Okay, so it's really just when we're looking at shoots, or GMI Cloud actually is the cheap. Interesting. Damn. But yeah, if we're using GMI Cloud for OSS 120B, then it's super cheap too. So yeah, it's really about provider at that point. All right, so then if we're on Bedrock, that's where the 20B gets way cheaper. Okay. And yeah, basically anything but Cerebrus. How do I make sure that they never route me to Cerebrus? Is there a way I can do that? Oh, granular budgets and restrictions for routing. Yeah, so we could maybe set a guardrail to just never use Cerebrus. That would be awesome. I'd fucking love that. I don't want to give them any of my money. Okay. Dude had to do one replacement so far. Looks like the rest is fine. Yeah, we'll call that good. So, you had an issue with a Kubernetes health check hitting a protected route. Nothing that you can do from your side. That's a bummer. Hmm. Yeah, that's a bummer. All right, so then back to this part. So yeah, installing this. So then if we're looking at these manual steps below, right, for projects that have Igniter available, what the fuck is Igniter? Code generation, library authors. Okay. So then, yeah, looking at these steps. So this will add the latest version of Oban to our dependencies. If you want to go fully manual, okay, so then it has to run, and we do a migrate, sure. So then we provide basic config. We prevent it from doing anything during a test run, sure. Add Oban web. I think we're good on that. It could be worth it still. I do think we are going to want to do this. And we'll do it the same way that we're doing our like Elixir Live dashboard anyway. Ooh. I don't remember what this password is, though. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so we're still pretty reasonable on query times and some of that stuff. We see some stuff spiking kind of heavy. But that doesn't seem like the end of the world. Okay, I was going to say, like, why aren't we seeing any values for that? This polls at just like a much lower rate. Okay. All right, so we do have a duplicate index that's costing us a little bit. We are missing foreign key indexes on a bunch of shit, though. So yeah, we're gonna have to fix that. But yeah, definitely worth doing a quick double check of this stuff. And yeah, I think that's why we're seeing some of these things spiking so much, because we're missing a few indexes. So yeah, we'll have to do that. But yeah, similarly to how we have this dashboard, I think we're going to want to do the Oban one too. But let's just install Oban without the dashboard first. All right, so we're going to add this. And just double checking. Do we see green anywhere? We do not see green anywhere. All right, so yeah, that's not running. That's fine. So we go to our mix.exs file and we add some junk. We're going to need to kill that while we do it. And yeah, it goes into deps. Just double checking. Yeah. So we're not using Doppler for this. It is just a mix thing. Deps.get, and it should be fine. All right. Let me get more music going. This has just one song I like to skip on it. But yeah, this is a good album. All right, so we added that. Should be able to do this now. Okay, so yeah, proceed, no. Okay. So then, according to this, we did the Oban install, and we probably just need to run the migration, because I don't think it did that. There we go. So then just to double check, this add Oban. All right, we do migration up, migration down, version 1. Sure, works for me. What was other stuff they just modified? Looks like application here. They added Oban to the list. Then theoretically, there's some config they updated too. And that is up here near the top. Yeah, so this is where they configure Oban. Queues, we have a queue that is called default, and that queue value is 10. But okay, so yeah, how's everyone's day going? It's only 5 o'clock. We got time. Holiday week is ending soon, though. Ugh. I mean, I know tomorrow is Friday, and a Friday after 2 days off, so like, there ain't shit getting done tomorrow. I mean, I got some stuff I need to do. I'll probably have to do some of it tonight, even. But next Monday, it's actually like full on back to work. No, it's fine. It's actually totally fine. You're having some nice food and you're not at work right now. That's just the best of all worlds right there. All right. So yeah, food being delivered. He's got it all picked out. He just needs to grab the whiskey. Hell yeah. So yeah. I think this is feeling pretty good. I just want to double check all the things that they modified. Here in test, they do that, sure. Man, yeah, Igniter, pretty cool. Like, yeah, cool code gen and like file modification. Haven't used it before. This is nice. All right, so we've got it. If we start things up, right, we can see the Oban config, so we know it's there, so it's working. Ooh, excuse me. That came out of nowhere. All right, so yeah, all right. I would say we're looking pretty good. And yeah, this secret key base, that's not a big deal if we leak it. This is our test config file. So this is only ever used in testing. So yeah, like this username password, not a problem. So now that we've got the queue, we need to just start like adding things to the queue. And let's double check this. Ready for production. What are some of the things that we might care about? Logging, pruning jobs. All right, we should probably do that. That'll go in our regular old config then. But hold on. Nope, goes in the plugins array. Rescuing jobs. Eh. Error handling, we should probably handle. And I do think I like the idea of Oban Web. All right. See, I need to have my ID handy when they get here. But yeah, looks like they're done shopping. So I got more Coca-Cola on the way. Hot dog and chips as well. But yeah. So installation guide. We'll do a mix deps.get and then mix oban web install. Uh, motherfucker. Uh, so honestly, yeah, the installation process for this is a lot simpler anyway. Okay, cool. Let me do this real quick. Gotta go back to Doppler, because this is a different password for the dev machine stuff. Yes, a very different password. All right, close that. Get back to here.
What's it for? Nothing.
So we've got it, right? We haven't queued anything, so that makes sense. So yeah, that works for me. So now we're finally back to the controller. Hold on. I got food being delivered, so I'm just making sure. Like maybe the website's not up to date. It does say shopping complete, but it doesn't say on the way. So I think we're good. Just had to be sure. All right, so yeah. We start caring about this stuff at the controller level. And before I forget, hold on. Let me add this as a task so I don't forget about it. Add missing foreign key indexes. And what was the other? Missing foreign key constraints. All right, so yeah, those things will be easy, but we'll do them after we get this feature finished. And then real quick, Cat Scope Joel. Thank you for that follow. So wait, it says it's on the way, but the website hasn't updated yet. Oh, there it is. There it is. There we go. Oh, hold on. Let me send him a message. Okay. So yeah, back to what we're doing. So now that we're tracking that, we want to go back to controllers, and it's going to be the keyword lens result controller. But maybe it goes on keyword lens controller, because we're going to want to fetch the status, and it's not related to a single result. So in my opinion, create and update, go away. This is where we're getting the pending events for a keyword lens, though. I think that's going to go away too. Like, we do want, like, status stuff. All right, so dude's going to be here very soon. He's going the wrong way. He's going the wrong way. Yeah, I sent him a message. He didn't read it. I do need to figure that out in my settings. Instacart has like the absolute worst placement for like the pin of where to like find the entrance. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, so food's being delivered. I do need to pull headphones out for now so I can hear when they knock. Okay, I think he's in the right area. Let me go grab my wallet real quick. That way it's quick. Here he knocks. All right. Hmm. So I know update goes away. I know create goes away. We definitely do want index and show. Show might go away too. Totals and pending we can leave. Instacart's location stuff is really inaccurate. I think this one goes away too. Yeah, because this is for updating the run date. We don't do update run date anymore. It's start run or something like that. Hold on 1 second. It's annoying. 1 second, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Instacart told me that the driver was having a hard time finding it. Turns out he wasn't, but Instacart was just being a jerk about it. So, sorry about that. Slippers back on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And now we can pour another beverage. So yeah, how's everyone doing? And Cherry, thank you for the follow just a minute ago. Appreciate that. So yeah, our plan is we are thinking about it's like a non-sealed bag of chips, but whatever. As long as they're not stale, we're good. We're good. You're working on your project at the same time? Nice. What are you working on? I'll have to watch that later. I don't know what my mom was sending me. All right, get these keys out of my pocket. It's a food takeout application. Fight together. Is it a way of like coming up with a consensus on where you guys eat? Because I actually was building an app like that a while back, which is kind of fun. Never quite finished it, but we made some good progress on it. Cool. Sorry for picking out. Not hungry all of a sudden, real quick. What are you building your backend in? Alrighty. So yeah, run date is not a thing, but starting and stopping a lens, that is a thing. So we're gonna get rid of run date here and create two methods on this controller. Not as good as last bottle Coca-Cola, but whatever. Beggars can't be choosers. All right, so we got start, and we're gonna have stop. Those don't exist yet. All right. Backend is Spring Boot. Cool. Okay, so yeah. Update run date. Nope. Excuse me. Yeah, so update run date goes away. And now we want to create the start and stop endpoints. Now, I don't think it's going to come back with a keyword lens response, but we are going to need org ID, keyword ID, lens ID. I don't remember if it's actually ID or lens ID in this context. Oh, that's where I kind of want to roll back and look at this one. It is going to be keyword lens ID. Right, because of how we have it nested. Let's get more music going. Something a little more upbeat. Does synthwave belong in a museum? Junior? All right, so I think this is actually all wrong. Oh, so no, this is actually pretty close. So pending events. Right, insert events into the queue. You didn't, did you? You didn't bring it, did you? All right, so we got these in there. Start and stop are actually the things we care about. So this is the part where we kind of have to hack around what Oban's doing, right? Like we just need to do the query from it. And honestly, we don't need to fetch pending events. That part goes away. And we don't need to update the lens run date. Right, so yeah, remove events from queue. We are not doing an updated lens. This is just going to be an empty response, actually. And I think we do the same thing. And then, yeah, we want to do the same thing here. Uh, okay, so we got those two things. It's just a start and stop. And what we end up wanting to do here, I think, is we could be doing a check for if the user has events to queue. We should at least do that check once, right? Like, what if they're at or over their limit? And then we in-queue those. But then within the queue, we should probably also be checking their limits, just in case, like, other stuff happens, right? Because we've got two separate things that are queuing these events up. It'll be the user clicking the start button, or it'll be as the events come in. So we almost want to get like events to queue. Like we could almost make this a guard clause, like a when or something. And then it just bails out, and then we could just do the check for if we should even in queue anything. So we've got a start and a stop, but we almost want to do like a polling or a status. So if we create a status endpoint, we probably want to return a status from start and stop, right? You're interested in React? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't recommend flip flopping between frameworks unless your goal is just for learning purposes. If you want to get something done, pick whatever you're productive in. Why do we have to curse Gemini out so effing hard? Wait, what? Are you being mean to Gemini? But yeah, so Cherry, what I would recommend is: are you trying to just build a thing for the sake of having it built? If so, pick what you're familiar with. Are you trying to build a thing for the sake of learning, for the sake of being employable? Well, then, yeah, React I think is a great choice. But I really want you to be aware of like tutorial hell, right? And it's really easy to get into tutorial hell when you're in like learning new framework hell. So just in general, make sure that you're learning any of these new things for the right reasons. That's all. All right. Anyway, continuing along. Did I miss anything? All right, hold on. We'll allow it. What did we allow? They won't listen. Really, borrow check? I haven't had that experience with Gemini, but I haven't used Gemini that much. I mean, I use it when I'm using T3 chat. I think. Yeah, it's still the default in T3 chat. It tends to do exactly what I wanted. Like, yeah, I don't know. I've had really good luck. So wait, Cherry, React UI library may be more rich and funny? Why do you want a UI library to be funny? I guess you mean fun, right? That's up to you. I don't know. But Cherry, that doesn't sound like a good excuse to me. Like, yes, I use React and I am productive with it, but it's just a framework. If you don't have a really good reason to learn it, which could just be for the sake of learning and getting a job, that's a great reason. But yeah, I don't know, man. If you don't have a good reason, then you don't have a good reason. If you want to do it, then do it. But I'm just trying to let you know you are going to get yourself stuck in tutorial and side project hell by jumping around from frameworks too much. But yeah, you've had the worst experience with Gemini. I don't know, Borrowcheck. Like, what are you asking it? What are you trying to get it to do? All right. So you have a feeling that one side glazes the love out of Gemini and the other seems to experience a mess. And this is coming from Google Anti-Gravity's tool as a test environment, which is that the tool problem or what? Yeah, I don't know. I've never used anti-gravity, so that might be part of it. I don't know. But yeah, I've never used Gemini for code generation, so I don't know. Like, sure, I'm kind of doing it when I ask these questions, but barely. But yeah, this behaves pretty well for me, so I don't know. In T3 chat, Gemini nails it, but I don't really use Gemini in any other context. No, that's not coffee, but fuck tea. No, it's whiskey and Coca Cola. Yeah, exactly. Way better. But yeah, cheers to that for sure. Um, yeah, I don't know. I would blame anti gravity at this point. There, borrow check. Like, try using it in other tools. Try using it in Cursor. You'd rather not pay for Cursor? Well, I mean, there's other editors in which you can use, your same thing. Yeah, Gemini CLI. There you go. Yeah, I just meant any editor that would allow you to like plug and play your own key, right? And you should be able to do that with almost anything. Right? Like Rue code in VS Code, etc. Like you should be able to plug Gemini into that. Maybe Gemini CLI is easier, sure. But yeah, I guarantee that there is some like VS Code extension where you could just bring your own key and you're set. And then do like a compare and contrast between those. That could be cool. Elixir's fine. If you don't have a reason to use it, you probably don't need to use it then, though. Right? Like you can build a REST API with anything. So this comes back to the whole, are you learning it for the sake of learning or are you learning to get something done? If you want to learn it to get something done, that's probably the wrong choice. Right? There's picking a new thing or trying a new thing for the sake of learning, and then there's picking or trying a new thing because it's the absolute right choice for what you're building. And I would bet money that Elixir is probably not the right choice for what you're building if you don't know anyway, right? But yeah, Elixir is cool. It's definitely worth checking out, but there aren't very many jobs for it. So yeah, always consider if you're trying to learn something new, what is the use case and what is the reason? And sometimes just learning something new for the sake of learning something new is totally worth it. But I don't know. If you're not evaluating that every single time you decide to learn something new, you're probably just spinning your wheels and not becoming an expert in anything. Right? Like, we all know people who've been a dev for 20 years, but most of that 20 years was relearning the same bullshit every year or two. Because they jump around from tech to tech, they don't actually become a deep expert about anything. Right? 20 years of 1 year's worth of experience. And boy, they suck to work with. Boy, they suck to work with. All right, so yeah, back to what we're building. And yeah, it's only 6 o'clock. We got time. All right, so yeah, we need to create a status response object. And all of these are going to respond with it. All right, so yeah, let's go create that response object. It's going to be down here. It is not keyword lens response. This is keyword lens status response. Okay. So I think most of this is bullshit. I don't think we need the prompt. I don't think we need the name. We can do the name anyway, just because. The last run date will do. I'm not sure we need pending events. We might still need pending events. Inserted at, updated at, I don't think that applies. And then the status here, this is more than just a string. That's going to be an enum. Right, and then it's an enum of running versus stopped. I think that's good. I don't even know if we need the ID, but we should do that anyway. Let me get more music going first. So then, yeah, if we do this, last run date, inserted at, updated at, we don't care about prompt. I really don't think we care about prompt. We'll do name just for the sake of it. But yeah, borrow check. Any luck on your blind taste test? You have not tried CLI yet. You tried to do as much as you can via anti-gravity. Yeah. I just think it's worth doing a check. I think it's worth validating if anti-gravity is just doing some bullshit. But I'm guessing maybe at your organization, There's a mandate for only like approved tools. But I guarantee you can use your Gemini keys with Rue code and other stuff that just lives in VS Code instead. And I would be really curious if anti-gravity is injecting a bunch of stank on it that's making stuff worse. I could actually see that. Oh, and hold on. All right, it's definitely giving that a like, giving that a quote post. All right, there we go. And yeah, who all else did he get to contribute to this? I'm curious about that. So Valrock, Galderton, Salty Alien? Do we know them? No, I don't know them. Okay. Yeah, I thought I saw some other names. I think I misunderstood. Ah, here we go. Oh, that was this. Okay, I was wondering what that was. Yeah, no. Todd's the man, too. Anyone ever done one of these, like, bubble website things? Uh, Something like that? I think that's it. No. bsky.social? No. What is my handle? Fuck. At cmgriffing.bsky.social. Wait, what? There it is. All right, all right, all right, all right. So you can't do the at. They could easily just scrub the at symbol. Man, I really don't have much of a circle, huh? There we go. That looks a little better. That looks a lot better. That looks way fucking better. All right. Now, this is always fun. I like this. This is cool. Yeah, yeah. So this is a fun site. If you're using Blue Sky and you want to see who's in your circle, it's all open data. You don't even have to log in for it. Pretty cool. Yeah, fun stuff. All right, so back to what we're doing for stream here. All right, so an enum of just running or stopped. I'm not sure I like. I'm not sure the pending events value is actually accurate. Because this could be pending in that it's the amount of events that we haven't run the lens against. But then there's the other aspect of pending, which would be more like queued events, and that's the amount that are sitting in the queue. We should almost be determining, like, well, hold on, if those are out of sync, why? Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good enough bit. Yeah, all right, let's keep building this part out. So this is where we're running into pending events not being accurate. Like this would be actually all of the pending events still. And then queued events would be 0. I think I like that. Yeah, so we're going to update this and we're going to add the queued events value. And then pending events is actually a different thing. Okay, so then right, we do this part. And the status is running versus stopped. And queued events here. This is actually inaccurate for now. Right? So what we would want to do is then use the amount that they have available left on their quota versus the amounts that we want to shove into the queue, right? The pending events. And we want to take the minimum of those two values. And that value would then be what we see in queued events. I think that makes sense to me. Yeah, Gawkin. Yeah, this song's from the movie, or is it a movie or a show called Airwolf? And I think it was a movie. No, I'm thinking of Blue Thunder. Blue Thunder was the movie. Airwolf was the show. Right? The show. Yeah. Airwolf was the show. But then there was like a helicopter movie called Blue Thunder. And I always get those two mixed up. Airwolf is the one that had Jan Michael Vincent in it, right? Hold on. Right? We need another Jan Michael Vincent to quadrant 13, right? Yep. Jan Michael Vincent and Ernest Borgnine. Oh, Ernest Borgnine's the best. I've never actually seen the show. But yeah, then Blue Thunder. Hold on, wait. Is that Dana Carvey? Dana Carvey was in Blue Thunder? Wait, oh, this is the Blue Thunder show. So I guess there was a show based on the movie? Because Roy Scheider was in the movie. Wasn't he? Yeah. See? All right. Yeah, Roy Scheider was in the movie. I didn't know Malcolm McDowell was in it. I haven't seen either of these either. I'm just vaguely familiar. Daniel Stern's in it? Oh, shit. You think the movie was just a pilot? Was it? I thought it was like a full-on film. Like, the reason I don't think it's a pilot is none of these actors carried over. That's typically not how you make pilots. Pilots are made using the actors that you're trying to sell, you know? Yeah, I don't think the movie was actually a pilot. Like, it's incredibly rare to do a pilot and then replace the entire fucking cast. You know? Like, that's not the point of the pilot. The point of the pilot is actually to test these actors together, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's on Roku, so we could watch it at some point. And I think Blue Thunder, the show, is even on Roku or some shit too, right? Oh, maybe not. Yeah, it doesn't say anywhere that it's streaming. Hmm. But yeah, I'm actually like really curious about the show now. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to give it a shot at some point. Yeah. The Airwolf song, dude, it's so good. And then yeah, the Axel Foley song, so good. And then Reckless. Sorry, yeah. You don't remember the movie? Wonder if you saw it, but you liked Blue Thunder the show more than you liked Airwolf the show. Interesting. Yeah, I could see enjoying Dana Carvey more than Jan Michael Vincent. He's got that like smarmy, affable aspect to him. But it's hard to beat Ernest Borgnine. If they had just had Ernest Borgnine on the Blue Thunder show, boom, gold. They'd be on season 12. I just saw something funny. Welcome to Plastic Surgery Addicts Anonymous. I'm seeing a lot of new faces in the crowd this week, and I have to say, I'm disappointed. That one was good. That one's solid. All right, so yeah, we got this to do. We want to insert events into the queue. In this instance, what we need to do is we need to fetch We need to fetch their quota and how many events they have left over. This might be a good place to pick back up tomorrow, honestly. Because I'm getting hungry and it's like kind of all I can think about now. But we got soda for tomorrow now. We got whiskey. We got chili dog stuff for tomorrow night. Even though I might do Indian food anyway. But yeah, I'd say this is a good place to pick back up. Right, so leaving off. We need to fetch the current quota, as well as the billing tier limit. And make sure we only insert events if we have quota available. Right? And then we should be able to get the number that we care about for this. Trickier part here. Yep, we've got it to do for that part. So I think we've got a good set of like things to pick back up on tomorrow, and we made a bunch of good progress today. Right, we got Oban installed. We did the evaluation of Oban versus EXQ and a couple other things. And yeah, I kind of like where we're at. I don't think I have much in the way of meetings tomorrow. I don't have any meetings tomorrow. Wow. So yeah, I do have some video editing to do and some work to do, but I think I can probably start stream kind of early tomorrow. Like I might even be able to start it at like noon, which could be fun. So yeah, let's go figure out who we go raid. I'll be over on Gaming Channel tonight. I do have video editing to do, so I might do some of that first. But who is streaming today? Who's going right now? Oh, we see Theo's going. Nice. We could go raid Theo. We do see Slyborg. They're just chatting. Hello, it's Rufio is playing King of the Castle. I don't know what that is. We do see Travis Broman. Oh, hold on. We see Leah. We haven't raided Leah in ages. Let's go say hello. Yes, the answer is if you start doing NeoVim, you will get into Lua. Yep. All right, we're going to go raid Leah. We probably would have raided Theo, but we haven't had a chance to raid Leah, like, basically all year. So yeah, we're going to go say hi to Leah. They work at Laravel. They are a developer advocate, and they kill it. They're really good. They kind of just broke into tech within the past couple years. They were part of 100 devs, one of the cohorts, I think maybe like the 2020 cohort or something like that. But yeah, super good. And yeah, really cool stuff. Let's go see what they're up to. We are going to go raid into their stream. I'm going to stop the YouTube stream now, just so it's easier